All right. I am ready to get started. Let me just get my windows organized. Oh, I gotta, hold on. This wireless keyboard is not plugged in. These things are endless. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. And we have mouse. Yeah, I hope everyone's having a lovely evening. And bring the camera up. I'm pretty much immediately probably gonna have to take a layer of this costume off because it's very warm. And I tried putting the mask on, but it made the mic completely ununderstandable. Yeah, here we go. Let's go to the intermission shot first so we can see the costume. Hey! That will do what I want it to. Hey, welcome everyone. I'm here tonight, gonna be streaming some model building. Talk a bit about the convention I was at over the weekend. There's an Animethon in here in Edmonton. It was a lot of fun. Didn't quite get to wear my costume on as much as I wanted to, so I decided I'd probably go through trouble while I had everything together and put her on again. As I said, I kind of try and put the mask on, but it cannot hear or understand me on the mic at all when I put the mask on, so this is how it's gonna stay. Yeah, I guess I can step back and stand up a bit, give you a shot. Yeah, got the nice Converse red kicks. White hoodie with a suit jacket over top. And then I got the mask here. I've connected it to my lapels on the jacket with some magnets to hold it on. And my goal before the next convention is I want to rig up a way to attach it to the hood with some magnets. So I don't have to use these straps at all if I can help it. Because with those straps on, it is a little bit stifling, especially with how warm the rest of the costume is. But I'm glad I thought about this idea of attaching it to the lapels, because it actually still allows me to get the character across while having my face open. Even though it is kind of a little bit against canon, but a lot of this character is against canon. I'm pretty sure the color of this mask is not proper for this character, but it was the color I liked for this character in fan art, so it is the color I went with. I was actually really happy I was able to find a mask. And unfortunately, I did not make this mask. This is a purchase mask. But I was also thinking maybe a goal for Expo I might make is I might try and pick up some UVA foam and recreate this myself, because there are some things I'd like to change about it. And I could salvage some parts from this, like these eyes I could salvage. Because the eyes are pretty good on this. As long as you don't, yeah. So besides, let me get up my desk cam up. I can talk about this costume a little bit, because I have done a little bit of work to it. Yeah, it's definitely pretty warm. Sorry here. Getting used to this. Let's get to the desk camera. Turn this light on. Flashback warning. Yeah, the bit of modification I have done to this is I attached some magnets. I am planning to sew these in. This is actually another part of this goal, is I'm going to actually properly make a little fabric pocket for these. Right now I've just been using some tape. And my original modification for last year's cons I did is I used some Velcro tape that I had. And I extended the original Velcro portions because I found I couldn't actually get the mask tight enough as I wanted, so I just added some extra Velcro tape. I'll probably actually secure this with some sewing thread here once I actually get it to sewing on this. And as you can kind of roughly see, it was very hard to breathe in this thing. So I started cutting some vents into the bottom of it. And that's actually helped a ton. It's actually not too bad now, especially if I don't make it too tight on the face. But the main things I really don't like is I wouldn't mind these being a little smaller. These are a little bigger than I would like for this. I do like the beak. I could maybe angle the beak down a little more, but honestly I kind of like how it is as well. Yeah, and the general face of the shape could be slightly different, but that's not too bad. It's mostly these I'd like to change. So maybe if worse comes to worse, even if I don't end up picking up some EV foam to make my own, which honestly I should, because this isn't, like, looking at this, the construction is pretty simple. I just need to get the materials. But yeah, it's officially too warm in this thing, so I'm gonna crack her open. I'll put the mask back on, but I gotta give me some ventilation. But yeah, the primary bulk of what we're going to be doing tonight, I'll probably, once we get a couple more people here, start tell a couple stories from the con. But I picked this up at the con. GAN01-Sunshine-E feedback from Armored Core. I've actually haven't played this game. I believe this is like a spin-off of one of the Armored Core games. But this model of Armored Core was the model I played a lot in Armored Core 2, the Sunshine. So I've always been looking for opportunity to get a Sunshine, and they actually had both types of Sunshine there. They had the regular one, and they had this version. And as you can kind of maybe see here, the main difference between this version and the other one is the other one had regular robot arms and just held bazookas, where this one's arms are bazookas. So it's something they took out of the newest Armored Core game, so I'm actually kind of glad I found something like it. I gotta be real careful not to stick my finger into my face makeup here. I was actually pretty happy with this face makeup. It's like a little gunshot wound prosthetic. I can't. I could probably just get a little up close to the camera to show it off. Is probably the best way. Bring this lighting up. Yeah. Works pretty good. That's an addition I did this year from this costume. This is pretty much the same costume I wore last year for Animethon and Expo. Time completely got away from me, and before I know it, it was like a week to this con, so I really didn't have time to do a whole lot. So I just tried to modify this to make it a little more wearable, and it was. Definitely not having to Velcro to the lapel is nice. Like with these magnets, I can just pretty quickly attach it one after the other. And it's on there pretty secure when walking around. Like it's not coming loose like this. But if I want to, I can just put enough pressure and it comes loose. I figure once I actually get the attachment to the hood figured out, I have plans. I'll probably talk about those at a later stream. But once I have that figured out, I'll probably actually just remove these straps entirely and just have the magnets like a little closer on the mask so it'll hold tighter to the chest. But I might just cut the straps down to where the magnets are and sew them in properly. Yeah, I'll try and wear this while I build this model. I don't know how much is going to be in the way. But yeah, this is the main thing I do in this channel is I build these plastic models. Usually it's the Gundam variants, as you can see all in front of me. But I have built some Armored Core models before, like this one over here. Let me actually bring him into the camera. This is the most recent Armored Core one I built. But this is made by the same people who made the Gundam kits. And this one I've actually done a bunch of custom painting on. Like all the weapons are painted by me, and I've done a bunch of painting on the details of the chest. But this is actually the first model I've painted, and I really haven't painted anything else yet. So I finished this one just a week or two ago. I did it all on stream, but it was really fun. And I'm actually planning to do a little more model painting at some point. I just finished building this guy last week. Oh, he's big and bulky. The name's a bunch of numbers, but Fazalis is the nickname for this guy. And oh, sword fell out of his hand, but that's okay. But yeah, as you can see, I'm not really super happy with the color scheme on him because he's an older model. So I think I'm actually gonna go through and paint this guy on some future streams. But as I mentioned today, most of the bulk of it is gonna be building this guy. Oh, and actually, I'm probably gonna have to mute my mic here for a second because I gotta open the baggies. Usually take care of this off stream, but I was kind of in a rush getting everything set up today. Give me a second here. Yeah. And as I mentioned, most of the kits I've done so far have been Bandai model kits. So this is actually by a different company. I've actually never built one of their kits before. I've heard a lot of them, and they do a lot of like other non-Gundam robot series models. So I'm kind of looking forward to seeing how it is, and if it has any like major build differences in technique. Yeah, I'm probably gonna mute my mic, and probably while I do that, I'm also probably gonna go turn the air conditioner on because I'm not holding up too well in this costume. I might ditch the hoodie and just get the suit jacket for a little bit, but we'll get there. I'll keep it nearby so I can toss it on if I need to. But yeah, I'm gonna mute my mic for a second so I can get all these bags open and go turn the air conditioner on. Okay, hopefully that'll cool this place down a little bit. It's definitely not cool enough to keep this costume on for long, so hopefully that'll help. But yeah, I'm gonna mute my mic for a second here and keep going to open these bags, hopefully pretty quick, and then we'll get to building. This set actually has a lot more pieces than I was expecting. I actually haven't done too much research on this actual kit itself, so I haven't really seen much of how complex these kotobukiya, I think is the actual full name of them. That's the other company besides Bandai. The other big one, at least. There's actually a ton of like smaller third-party companies making these models as well. I get recommended them a lot. I figured a bit quieter while I'm just cutting them, and then I'll have to mute again here when it's time to actually start taking these bags out. Sorry about this. I usually take care of this off stream, but I completely spaced out on this one tonight. There we go. And is this one? Cool. I think we're all good. So yeah, let me just mute so I can tear these all off real quick. I'll just toss the plastic into the bag. It's definitely not a super exciting color palette for these things. It's definitely reds, browns, and grays from the looks of it. So maybe this guy will be an option for painting too, but we'll see how it looks. Actually, from how it looks on the box, it doesn't seem like it actually ends up looking too bad. Won't need those ones for 2 minutes. I might just wait to grab those. Did I actually cut this one? Doesn't look like it. We'll crush it. Yeah, I really enjoy building these models. So I compare it a lot to like people who like enjoy doing puzzles. It's very much like the actual like process isn't all that complex, but it's fun. And kind of I enjoy like the process itself has value. Like I take a lot of time to try and clean up the edges on the like plastic nubs you remove when you first cut the pieces off. And like half the time those nubs are covered by other pieces in the final model, but I kind of like to take the time to make sure it's all smooth regardless, just as kind of the process of building them. I find it almost zen to a certain degree. But yeah, that should be good. Let's see, fake blood's not running, that's good. How's it looking? Can't you even see it on the small camera? Is my hair? No, not really, my hair's kind of covering it. Let's throw this hood off. Let's try to get more air in there. Oh. Where'd I put that mask? Put that mask back on here. Get this out of here as well. Actually, I'll just toss that over here to show off what we are building. Oh, it doesn't really show up at all, but whatever. Yeah, I guess I'll show it off too here. Oh, I'll wait till we go talk it. But yeah, I did a little speed build competition at the con. That was fun. I'll talk about that a bit later. Now, fun process of organizing these sheets. B, good. F and H. Start right here. And none of the small ones don't go right here. That leaves us this pile over here. These M's. These small ones go right here. Oh, this is different. I'm assuming these are the equivalent of the soft rubber pieces the Bandai kits use, but they're black instead, which is interesting. Wonder if it's actually a different plastic or if it's just different coloring. C, E, A, A. What was this one? L. Okay. Oh, man, this actually has a lot more pieces than I was expecting. Well, that's good. If we can't get her done tonight, I'll do it again on another stream. I definitely want to take some time, at least near the middle or end of the stream, to talk a bit about the con. But until then, I'm just pretty much going to get into the building. Just take a quick drink here. Oh yeah, I'm just going to make sure to put that mask on too. Where did I hang that? Oh, right, I took it off when I was reaching for the air conditioner. As you can probably hear as I step closer. Yeah, the con was a lot of fun. I always find, especially the lead up to con, is fairly stressful, but I always enjoy going it, so it's worth it in the end. Especially when you don't realize it's a con until like a week before. Yeah, this isn't in the way too bad. We'll see. We'll see. Connect these. There. Go. So I'll be starting him. So yeah, I've never run one of these kits, so I kind of am interested to see what the difference are between it and the Bandai kits. It's a lot more sparse instructions. Oh, do they even call these PC? They do. Okay, that's funny. Yeah, those are definitely the soft rubber pieces. Well, let's get started. If you haven't seen one of these be built before, basically the first thing we need to do is punch the pieces out of the, or clip the pieces out of the sprues with this. And I use a double-sided slicer for this because it tends to be a little thicker plastic. And the way you follow the manual is essentially you have a letter or number in the circle, and then another usually letter designation out here. And you just find the sprue, which is this designation, and then in the circle is where on the sprue that piece is, like for PCL. Come on, brain. You can do it. Wait, is it actually not on this? Is it on this one? It might be on this one. Yeah. Wait. Am I actually blind, or is there another PC sprue? I see a J. I Is he an I? Or is this supposed to be an L? Did they do a lowercase L? Like complete assholes? No, 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 they didn't. Okay, 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 okay. I can't blame them. I'm blind. To get real bad there. And I got to do these 2 of these pieces. So I need to cut out another one. Oh yeah, that air conditioner's doing work. Feels a lot better in here. Okay, you know, I'm gonna be going pretty slow to start here because I gotta kind of figure out which letters with which sprue until it kind of becomes second nature. And 1. And the way I usually follow these manuals is I usually cut out, like I'll probably go all the way over to hit this step or so before I actually start putting the pieces together. Because I do some cleaning cuts first before I start putting everything together. Make sure all the edges are nice and smooth. There's nothing going to stop pieces from snapping together properly. And so it looks nice at the end. Cool. It's MM's over here, is it not? Yeah. It's one of these. M6. Cool. I'm actually not even sure what we're building right now. That's one thing I have noticed. There's a lot less English in this kit than there is in a lot of the Bandit kits. The like super new Bandit kits are like almost entirely English. There's almost no Japanese in a lot of them now. Not almost no. That shouldn't be specifically, but in the actual like building the model sections of the kit, there's very little actual Japanese now. And P, B, B, L, O, D, B, H. Where are you? One of these ones? Wait. Oh, okay. It's these like small silverish ones. Yeah, give me a bit. Once I've laid down which sprue is which letter, it'll go a bit quicker. And it'll look a little less inept. This definitely is. I have a little bit more of a blind spot here in front of me than I'm used to. Oh, let's take a drink. Oh, yeah. Give me 1 second here. I just remembered something. Yeah, I do have some pictures from the con. I'll throw off some pictures and some short videos. And then I have not nearly as much merch as previous years for... I've showed it off in Schutzwolf's Discord in previous con years, all the art I usually picked up. But I'm definitely on a tighter budget this year, so I couldn't buy nearly as much as I usually do. But I still want to show off and give credit for the stuff I have picked up. I tried to be a little more liberal with like compliments to the artists this year to kind of make up for it, but still miss being able to support all the artists that I like the stuff they had. Cool. There we go. Okay. And yeah, that should be enough for this first step. So then I grab the God hands, as they're called. These are single-sided, where one of the blades is just a flat stop for cutting. And it's quite a bit sharper and a higher quality blade than those other ones. So you don't want to be ever really use it to make the first cut. For this like follow-up cut, clean up the piece. It's very good. It's very sharp. And then I basically need to go around and do that for all the pieces to make them nice and clean before I put them all together. And this is where the like Zen type of this comes for me. So I find this part very relaxing. It's interesting too because there's like a tactile aspect to it almost, because like the different types of plastic cut differently. So it never feels cool. There's different sensations while you're actually kind of depending on the type of plastic it is, like how brittle it is, whether it's like a snapping motion or it's more of a squishing action. I've noticed with the sharper blade, it definitely doesn't squish nearly as much as with those other ones. Yeah, get her nice and clean. And I basically go through and do all the parts all at once in this process. And then once that's done, we put her all together. You. I haven't fully decided. I am like collecting the kind of plastics because I noticed when I was just basically just trying to keep things clean, I was collecting the plastic nubs, and I noticed they kind of made like a color palette similar to the model. So I was kind of thinking of something maybe artsy to do with them in that way, but I still haven't fully settled on what I want to do with that. Apparently the plastic these are made for don't react well to melting unless you actually have like a proper mold injection system. Apparently it very much needs the pressure aspect to properly set. We go usually go until it's nice and smooth. This is very different plastic, and I think almost any of the other kits I did. I think this is a soft plastic, but it's like has like a brittle shell on it almost. Feels really weird cut. Almost positive that must be like a different type of plastic, or maybe the coloring does something to the composition. Yeah, ever since I got these god hands, the like amount of work I have to do to clean up these edges has gone way down. Does a fantastic job. You definitely notice when I lean forward because my mic goes like in my mask. Go. I think this should be the last piece we need to clean up. Actually, once again, I'm not entirely sure which part of this mech we're building right now. I actually kind of like it. Usually because there's the structure manuals are very international now for the Bandai kits. It's very obvious what you're building at most times. I actually have no idea what part I'm working on right now. I kind of posited like a couple streams ago that it would be like interesting to do like a blind build on one of these where you don't actually know what you're building. That seems like that'd be a little difficult to orchestrate. Yep, we are done this step. Right, yay, tiny pieces. So once the shorter edge in this way, okay. At least they make the instructions fairly understandable for things you really got to watch out for. So yeah, it's just telling me to put the shallower edge of this piece in this way. That's all it's saying right here. And then this piece, snap them all together. Oh, I've got that piece. No, okay. I started the piece right. I was just holding the piece backwards for the way it wanted to be orientated. There we go. Yeah, gonna do the same on this side. Yeah, I actually don't know what scale this kid is going to be. The usual scales that you see on the table here that I do are master grades. And then occasionally I do, like, I think this one and the guy up front here, the same scale as the high grades and real grade models. And those grade designations just basically are a lot that come down to like the complexity of the kit and how much detail they have. There's also a perfect grade, but those are very expensive kits that I haven't gotten one yet. Yeah. On to the next step. Set those pieces aside until we need them. M7 and M12. Yeah, con was a lot of fun. It's definitely getting better with every year. They seem to be really leaning into the music aspect of it, and that's not. I think that's actually probably pretty smart. They actually have had pretty impressive music lineups the last couple of years. Just cut those same pieces out for the other piece. Hey, that means we have an early empty sprue. Well, that's nice. Reduce the amount of table space we need. As is tradition, the empty sprues huck them over our shoulders. That's 2 gone already. I think that might be the earliest empty sprue we've had on one of these streams. It's like step 2. It was quick. Okay, well, let's get this next step. Because we don't only have like, we have a few pieces we can clean up. Let's do it. Let's follow the guide for once. What could it hurt? This mask is definitely, I usually get it in a little closer, but if I do, the mask will stick right over the camera. Stop me from leaning in as I usually do too. So, forgive me for my sloppy work for tonight. So I'm working well from a distance, where I usually am a little more up close. Yeah, the con was a lot of fun. He said, I only really got to wear the cosplay on the last day, so I was kind of more or less looking for an excuse to wear it again. Make sure this isn't getting in my makeup. Yeah, in terms of like mecha related stuff, there was the con. There were, Hideki Tenjin, I believe is his name. He did a lot of the like mech design for Macross, a couple bits of Gundam, and one thing he was seemed to be really proud of is he does a lot of the like Japanese Star Wars art for all of, like Disney Japan stuff. Whenever they need art, they go to him fairly frequently. Apparently, he's very proud of that, as he should be. This is, imagine as a nerd getting approached by Disney. It's probably pretty hype. Even if it is Disney doing it, we're modern Star Wars. I think he was specifically responsible for a lot of like anniversary art for the old stuff. He showed off like a mural and a bunch of like advertisement artwork he did for it, and it was all old Star Wars. But apparently he's also like a voice actor. He was in like Ashoka and the Japanese dub for Clone Wars. How much is this cut off? The whole thing. This might have a little more color than I thought. I thought these were all brownish, but it seems like there's actually a fair variety in tones of red and brown in this. So it might actually end up looking pretty good in the end. We will see. Yeah, I was glad I found this. As I said, the GAN01 frame that this model is pretty much the frame I used the most in Armored Core when I was a kid, in Armored Core 2. If I wanted to be completely accurate, I probably would have got the regular Sunshine rather than this one with the gun arms, but I don't have very many models that have gun arms. They took it out of the modern kit, so I'm not going to get one of the modern kits with it, so gotta get my gun arms where I can. Okay. Once that open space pointing up, block it in there. The face. Yeah, and the neat things with these kits, it's like doesn't require any glue. It's all snap fit. It's usually pretty interesting how they get all the articulation. Like there's actually some pretty ingenious like building techniques they use in the joints usually for these kits. I really enjoy doing them. There we go. And this is usually how it goes. Usually just builds a couple small pieces out of a couple smaller pieces, and then you'll get 2 or 3 of those done, and then combine it with a bunch of other small pieces to make a bigger piece. And then eventually you have a model. Sorry, I keep bumping my mic on the mask there. Getting used to it being there. So we need some more from here. Same again. One thing I will say is I've definitely started to gain an appreciation for more asymmetrical designs. I definitely find building 2 of the same parts for every kit is getting a little on the boring side, but it's always neat to see. Even there's been like really neat building techniques in that as well. Oh, my mask is sticking in, as you can see. That's what I get for getting up close. Just to prove it's still there. L, L, L. Which ones are L? H, F, I, B. L. These ones. 2 and 4. Okay, so it's these blocks down here. There we go. Tuck the mask down. Yeah, the con was a ton of fun, actually. I went around with Shutswift most of the time, whether he was taking pictures. But I mostly went to a bunch of panels on my own. He was mostly focused on taking pictures, so I didn't really want to drag him to panels he wasn't super interested in. But we went to a few. I went to 2 of Hideki Tenshin's panels, and I think together we went to like Cottontail's panel. I went to Unnamed, just like karaoke thing, in the Anakura on like Saturday morning, which was fun. Didn't participate, but it was a fun watch. Oh, my hair like perfectly blocks this makeup. This sucks. I guess you can kind of see it. It's a small camera anyway. Oh, it shows up there a little bit. Maybe they'll sweep it back a little more during break. Do you want to go ahead and the next step? Yeah, it's more from the same sprue, so we might as well. Sorry, I have a tendency to talk to myself a lot when I'm doing these kits as well. But it works out because I just transferred to talk to other people whenever they show up. And 6. Oh. I do really like. It's much quicker to attach to these magnets than it was when it was just Velcro. Where's even a tube? Yeah, this is usually a little more than I cut out at one time, but as all these pieces are fairly unique, that's the main limiting factor I find with how much I like pre-cut before I start cleaning, is if a lot of the pieces are very similar, I don't usually like to do it too many of them, so I don't get them mixed up when constructing. Not that I'm likely to get to the stage where I actually start putting the wrong pieces together, but it takes me a little extra time that I find a little frustrating. So it's a situation I tend to avoid. And yeah, that looks like that's everything. Set these aside. Move things out of the way so they're not getting nibs on them. And let's start with these long pieces and get them out of here. Yeah, when I first got these Godhounds, I wasn't quite sure they were worth the cost because they're quite pricey. But they do really clean cuts. Actively, I think, improved the speed I can build these models. So I used to have to do like 3 or 4 cuts with this double-sided to get nice clean. Half the time I'd fuck up and mar the piece. Whereas these, they do cut really sharp, so you have the potential to really fuck up a piece. But now they've gotten used to them and a little better with them. They make such clean cuts first or second try. I managed to get them at a pretty good deal. I don't think I could stomach paying full price for them. I think full price they're in the range of like $60 to $80, but I managed to get these on a pretty good sale. So I don't think I could stomach paying that full price for them, as good as they are. But it's one of those cases like with the Herman Miller Aeron chairs and stuff, where it's like in the like plastic model building industry, these are the best clippers. It's one of those weird things where there's just complete agreement on what the best in this category for certain purposes. That being said, I definitely think it's probably healthier to be in an environment where you have like 2 or 3 really good products competing, but it makes picking the product really easy when literally everyone says this part is best. Takes a lot of the stress out of the shopping process. Yeah, like on this curved surface, it would be so hard to get a clean cut with those other slices. This one's so good. Barely need to do any follow-up. I think I'm building the arms. I think I'm starting to figure out what I'm building. I think these are like the barrels and the gun arms. I keep forgetting this mask is here. Yeah, that's the next step for Expo. That's the one thing I'm thinking about maybe rebuilding the entire mask, but that doesn't. I really don't want to try and force it in a short time frame. I find I react very negatively to that type of pressure. I generally like to avoid it. That's why I'm kind of my big next cosplay product isn't going to be for this year. It'll be for next year. Thinking about doing a Tau Fire Warrior and making the armor out of EVA. Kind of wanted to start working for EVA after going to a couple workshops with it. Yeah, so far these always seem kind of hard to say. These actually seem pretty. It's similar, but it seems definitely a lot more like a flat build-up process. I've noticed. Like Gundam seems to have like at least a lot of the models I've done seem to have like a variety of like bigger pieces that intersect with like chunks of smaller pieces. Whereas this one seems to be a pretty consistent, like, small to medium-sized piece steadily coming together into bigger pieces in, like, layers. Like, not many of these pieces seem to be very, like, deep, necessarily. They all seem to be fairly shallow. Where there's a couple of the Gundam kits tend to have some chunks that are deeper than others. I'd say actually this is probably about pretty similar. Yeah, and I guess from the number, I'd probably put it at about a master grade. We'll see what the actual scale of the model ends up being after, though. I think master grade is usually about 1/100, but I know like Armor Core is like on a completely different like scaling system. But before we continue, I think we can put these barrel parts together. Yeah, it just wants us to basically key lock the end of each piece in between. Yeah, this is definitely part of the arm. And same with this one. Yeah, disorientation. Definitely working with about like half my vision of the piece I'm working on. But it's actually working out. It's not obscuring anything particularly important. It's just something constantly in my vision. Something I'll get used to. As if I haven't worn it, I've only worn this. I've only worn this for like 3 cons. And in those 3 cons, I probably only wore it like 6 days across through the 3 cons. As I said, it's pretty warm, so especially on the longer days, I didn't want to wear it too much. Mostly wear it on the first and last day. I didn't do it first day this year because we were kind of, as I said, it snuck up on me. We kind of just wanted to spend the first day, especially with how less busy the first day tends to be. I wanted to kind of use that to go around and look at Artist Alley, and I didn't really want to wear the costume when I did that. Although it is fun to go around Artist Alley in the costume, I just find it tends to be a little more of a pain getting around the crowds. Yeah, but overall it was a great time. I actually didn't get to see as many of the panels as I wanted to. There was actually a bunch of panels I planned to go to that I didn't end up getting to go to. Just because they overlapped with other stuff I wanted to do. Yeah, but I was pretty happy to see this guy there. I had always wanted to pick up a Sunshine. And they, from what I saw online, they tend to be a little overpriced at the places I usually buy. Oh, they weren't carried in the places I usually buy stuff from. Which is actually one of the sponsors for this year's con. I usually get my stuff from EG store shop. It's actually kind of fun seeing them sponsor it. But they usually don't carry these old Armored Core kits. And the shops that in Canada that will ship for reasonable price to me to my area seem to be like kind of overcharging for it a little bit. So I was happy to find this as the kit for about what I think they were MSRP. Okay, these are all cleaned up, so we can start clacking them together. Yeah, this is definitely arm. This is like the shoulder parts of it. Oh, I actually need to clean that up a little more because it's sliding over another piece. It's the rare actually required cleaning. Although, as I mentioned, I do cleaning even if it's probably going to be covered up. And it's such a slight difference in color. There. I'm assuming this is going to be a shoulder part. Go. Man, we are quite a collection of subparts right now. This is actually kind of different because usually the Bandai models I've done, they usually only have you build like 2 or 3 subparts before you start putting them all together. Whereas this one seems like it's gonna basically get me to keep making subparts until it's ready for them to all come together. which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It kind of gives you a little bit of more mystery of what you're building. Whereas with Bandai, I very much know what part of the model I'm building specifically, because it kind of shows it as part of the whole as you're building it. You need quite a bit of these little parts. But we're back to the double-siders. God, hands rest. Man, we need a lot from here. 7, 8, 3, 5, 12. Is that it? Yep. This is gonna be most of the sprue, actually. I spent most of my day actually doing some video editing. I've been helping Shuts with Wolf out, and I'm doing an edit of his like cosplay photo review stuff. It's been going pretty well. I've enjoyed doing that type of stuff. I'd like to try and start doing it more. Oh, I gotta do 2 of these too. Okay. I edit on my own VODs, but I don't really do too much actual editing on that. That's mostly just trimming off the break and the start. Or it's neat to kind of have video and then have like a purpose from that video you kind of want to make sure you hit. Oh, is this the last piece? 7? Yeah, it is. Cool. Yeah, I imagine that'll probably be out maybe the weekend, maybe next week sometime. I'm not entirely sure. Depends how much time I get to put on it. It's going pretty fast now, and I imagine I'll get faster as I go, so I think there's a good chance at least some of it will be out on the weekend. In the meantime, you can always go check out the VOD of his streams on his Twitch. It was a good time. It was very smart of him to give out those cards. Yeah, they had like a Gundam competition display there. I know Shut showed the picture. Actually, I should grab those pictures too and show those off on this stream, in case you did see it on his. Yeah, there's some really nice custom models there for the competition. How's this holding up? It's not rubbing the paint off, is it? Nope. Good. Cool. So I think we need some of the vent pieces. And those are 3, 3, 3, 3. Anything else now? Is this it? I think this is it. Means we can get cleaning. God hand. Just chopped that entire piece off that I wasn't supposed to. Pretty lucky. And I don't think I've like severely fucked up a kit before that I was building. I've definitely broken the kit, but it's usually been a way I've been able to fix pretty easily with some plastic cement. I don't think I've ever like really fucked up the kit. I'm sure the time it's just a matter of time, but y'all get unlucky sometimes. It's not a matter of if, but when. Nice. Clean up some nubs. We can put these pieces of head together, right? Yep. Okay, let's give it a bit of depth there. Or was that actually a slot? I wonder. Oh, just tight. Go. Let's get some more of these. Or actually, it looks like I should probably do those vents next. They're next in line for things we need. Yeah, this definitely feels like it's like a more like almost systematic build process for this kotobukiya. Yes. But once again, this is actually the first one of these kits I've built, so I shouldn't make like wide spanning generalizations about a stuff I don't really have a super lot of experience with, but just my initial observations. I went a little deep there. Oh well. Thankfully, I think most of these pieces will actually be straight hidden. Yeah. Like I said, I have been kind of expanding my range with these kits and starting to do some custom painting. I want to continue to do that. I think I might try and enter something for next year's competition. I doubt I'll win anything, but it'd be nice experience. Get to see my model up there. And I actually kind of would think it would be fun to do a diorama with like 2 or 3 of these models. I have an idea for an Armored Core one that I might be a good. But I got a year to think about it. Actually, no, I'd probably let's say I have 6 months to think about it. Give me some time to actually work on it. Go. It's all on. Want to make sure these little ribs are pointed down, it appears. Yep. Snap on both sides. I think they're identical. Yep, they are. There we go. Well, just cleaning up these last couple pieces. I was actually pretty impressed with the amount of like Gundam content that was at the con this year. I didn't really notice there being. I noticed there was like the build section last year. I didn't really go in too much. But they actually had like the, as I mentioned, like Hideki Tenjin was there, so it was kind of neat to actually have like mega artists there specifically. Yeah, I went to one of his like upcoming projects panel, and one of his like panel where he did a sketch and kind of explained his like work process when illustrating. That was a really neat panel. I have some pictures from that panel I'll bring up a little bit later. But yeah, I hope they continue with that because it was actually really interesting. Generally, I found that is something that has been anime's kind of strength over Expo, is they seem to have a lot better outreach to actually like Japanese artists and like industry people. Expo is pretty good at getting English voice actors, I've noticed, but they're like Japanese guests. They usually have some, but it usually doesn't compare to like their English voice acting cast they invite, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. That is like the, I imagine, primary audience. Just not what I want. I want the Japanese voice actors. It's even more unlikely, but it's nice that we're getting all the Japanese like pop music people. Sick was actually great. That was probably my favorite concert of the weekend. Was Six? Six? Is that how you actually pronounce it? It's like 6 squared, but I think it's meant to be 6 squared as in 6 times 6, or 2 6s, so 6s. I think, because I think that's how they pronounce it. Is just 6s. But I'm actually not 100% on that. I could be mistaken. I really do need to look into them a little more because they were really good. Their other concert, I had a great time. Now that all the cleaning's done, start putting it together. Oh, this is actually like a slide that racks back. That's cool. Yeah, these are definitely the gun arms. Which was one of the reasons I picked this kit over the regular. Which is the main reason I picked this kit over the regular. Well, it was also the same. The regular kit also came with 2 identical shoulder weapons, where this one has 2 different shoulder weapons. So I'm getting a little more variety, which is nice. Snap this other side together. Yeah. Nope. Fiddled with it too much and it fell apart. Let's try and get that on a little more secure this time. There we go. Probably be a little more solid when we have the rest of it on her. I think we're almost at the point where we should be able to put all these small pieces together, right? Yeah, looks like it. Just gotta start putting some intermediary pieces in. It is neat that it started with the gun arms for this kit, because that is definitely the more interesting part of this kit for me, and kind of the reason I picked it over the standard model. I think they're both bazookas, like weapons, loadouts. It's just one's actually holding bazookas, and this one, the arms are bazookas. But they removed gun arms in Armored Core 6, the newest one that I played on stream a little while ago. And although I didn't use them, I always kind of liked them. Having a model with it will hopefully be a nice little thing. Same again for the other one. I gotta say, wearing this mask is actually great for my posture. Usually I'm pretty hunched over on these model building streams, but having this mask right in front of my chest here is making me keep pretty straight back. Re-energize. Okay. Yeah, I probably caught about 2/3 of the concerts this weekend. I wasn't able to keep enough energy to go to like the very last act both nights on Friday and Saturday. So I caught the two starter acts. And I caught about probably about half of the Vocaloid concert, I think. There was another panel I wanted to go to, so I wasn't able to stay very long at that one. But I still find it hilarious that the Vocaloid concert was far and away, oh, not far and away. All the concerts were fairly packed, but the Vocaloid concert was at capacity immediately. Whereas the other concerts, I definitely kind of wandered in and out of throughout the act. Yeah, Artist Alley continued to be really good. I actually saw a couple new artists that I hadn't seen before that I really like their stuff. I'll show off a couple of them. As I said, even though I didn't spend as much as I usually did on art this year, I still definitely wanted to pick up some of the like new some of the artists I hadn't seen before, basically, and really like their style. So that's what I did. This is going on the back. How is this going on the back? This way. Okay, yeah, there's the reinforcement I was talking about. Then this piece goes on the front. So. And the barrel goes on that. Hold on, let me just take a quick close look here. Make sure I orientated how it wants. Okay. Like so. And same for the other one. Ooh, that piece is a little rough. Let's see if we can clean that up a little more. Oh, it sounds... Actually, this color red, wonder how bad... Because this kind of shows up orangish brown on like really light red color. So I wonder if it'll mix in with this nicely. Either way, it's better than the white. Even if it is a little reddish. Maybe it'll be a rust spot. And these other ones need it. Let's do it on these other ones anyway. Just in case. It certainly can't hurt. Is that even if the red doesn't completely match, it stands out way less than the little whiteness of it. There we go. Touch up complete. There we go. What's next? Well, looks like we finish off the L sheets, right? Yeah, man, this actually, these kotobukiya kits definitely empty out their sprues quicker. They seem to be intentionally like working through the sprues in a way to use all the pieces on the sprue around the same time, which is nice. It like frees up desk space faster, which is definitely appreciated when there's a lot of sprues. Yeah, and as tradition, goodbye. And I should probably move some of these up and out of the way a little bit. Yeah, I've had a lot of fun doing these model kits. I kind of did them very on and off for about a year or two there, and I did them only a couple times when I was younger. But I started getting really into them when I started streaming them a couple months back, and it's been quite fun. I've been really enjoying checking out the different types of kits and different styles of construction from different times. Some of these pieces getting pelted by nibs. Yeah, I didn't get to go to as many of these like cosplay panels and like photography panels and stuff like that as I wanted to. Definitely gonna make it more of a conscious effort to check some of those out in the future. Yeah, I think this will be the 11th model I've built on stream. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 11 because this guy here was number 10, and I finished him off last week. But I think I'm going to be going back to him later this week to do some painting on him. Because I'm not super happy with his color, how his color scheme kind of looks right now. The whites are very beigey on him, so I think it might be a good opportunity to try and do some highlighting painting. Or some more, because I did, as I said, sorry, highlighting painting is kind of what I've already have a little bit of experience doing on that liger tail over in the corner on his weapons, but I think I'm going to do more of like full paint with this guy. Oh, let me check something here real quick. Cool. Yeah, definitely doing these builds on stream has been a lot of fun. The one downside I've noticed to doing it is I go through the models a lot quicker. Because I think when we built these off stream originally, I would usually do like an hour and a half session. So usually they'd last me like 4, 5, 6 sessions. So it'd be like, I'm usually about a kit, it'd take me about a month to do a kit. Now I can basically do one of these kits in like 2 4-hour sessions. Usually. So that's why I kind of scaled back to doing only one of these model building streams a week, but now that I'm starting to do some painting stuff, I'm probably going to go back to doing two and just do one building stream and one painting stream. At least that's the tentative plan right now. But now that we're done our intermediary cleanup, we can start sliding some of these pieces together. Is this another sliding bit? This does not feel very secure. Oh, maybe it's the rail for something else to slide on, too? It's nice and tight. There it is. Misaligned slightly, but it's all good now. Cool. Next, M3, M10. Yeah, they definitely do a really good job with this brands of kit of like working through the sprues in order. Like I'm kind of using all the pieces on this sprue. Or if in Gundam you have most of the sprues with most of the parts gone at the end. There's like one or two pieces in each one that you grab. Okay. And then I need those same two parts again. This is kind of thin actually, I should be a little careful. I think it was Shutswolf who initially brought up the idea of going to these conventions. Our first year we just went to the expo, and then we had so much fun on expo that as soon as we heard about Animethon the next year, it was a little bit earlier, we went there the next year. So I think we've been to one more expo than we've been to Animethons. But I definitely think I'm going to be for sure going to be going to them from now on. Never really had a bad time. And they definitely seem to be improving every year as well. Which is reassuring. But we're definitely probably going to really strongly consider maybe going to some of the cons in Calgary and earlier in the year next year. We can line it up. I don't imagine it'll be too much of a problem, but you never know. Caps. And back cap. And same for this one. There we go. We putting together bits? We are. M8, M9s. Oh man, we really are using all the pieces from this. So we need M4 for the next step, M9, and 3 M8s. So yeah, that's all this sprue. Yeah, this is nice. I actually kind of like this a lot more than how Bandit does it. Because it just means you get sprues out of the way quicker. Makes it a lot easier to keep everything a little more organized. Yeah, let's get this all cut out so we clean it all at once. Oh, let's put these over here for now. And empty sprue. Over the shoulder you go. Actually, once again, I think this is the best my back has ever felt on one of these streams. Because of this mask making me have like a good posture. I need to keep this in mind. Because usually I find getting hunched over makes me more comfortable, but I definitely feel way less kind of like fatigued than I do. Uh-oh, that beast went bouncing. Where'd it go? Oh, I'm gonna have to remove my mask, sorry. I need to look down. Oh, where'd you go? Oh, uno momento. I just gotta find that little piece that went flying. It was just one, right? Yeah, just the one. Should be pretty easy to spot. It's a darker red. Okay, now in my immediate area that I can see. Let's stand up and see it's on the chair. There it is. Yeah. It was in the folds. Oh, my sweaters. Okay, let's put that mask back. Come on, Magnet. Catch. Nice. Worked. Oh. I want to get it down to the point where I can kind of just blindly do it, but I'm not quite good enough at it. Oh, my Titan put this on too tight, too. That'll do it. There we go. Oh, much better. And last piece for the sprue. As I mentioned before, I apologize if me talking to myself weirds you out. I do it a lot. Especially when I'm working through one of these. But an empty sprue we have, and there it goes. I say it's cleanup time. Yeah, damn. This is actually really easy to clean up on this. These red pieces. The round corners work great with God hands. Oh, it's a little messier, but recoverable. Go. Yeah, and you can already kind of see how you're getting like a color palette with the nubs. Let's try that, see if it'll brighten it up a little bit. Oh, that darkened it. Other way. Bump, bump, bump. Sorry, I got a little bit of a stream delay on what I'm looking at here, so... Yeah, that's still a little too bright. That was holding knock it back a peg. Yeah, and if anything in the audio sounds wonky or anything, sorry if I occasionally bump it across my mask, because I'm just not used to it being there. But I think everything else should be fairly okay, but just let me know if there's any issues. Hey, cross on first storyteller, welcome, welcome. You see me swelter in my costume. Not too bad. I'm just working on a model I picked up at the con this weekend. I'm sure you saw a bunch of it from Shuts' streams. It was a good time. I've got a couple videos to show from it a bit later. Yeah. I was working on this guy I picked up at the con. I mentioned it's the model of Armored Core I used back on the PlayStation 2 Armored Core game. So I was actually really happy to see it there at the con and pick it up. Definitely a lot of nostalgia with this design. Yeah, I decided I only really wore the costume one day at the con, so I figured I'd wear it for a stream. Yeah, I'm gonna wait till I finish making the modifications I wanted to make to it before I start taking some pictures of it for Expo in about a month. I don't really have a whole lot I want to do with it. It's mostly just quality of life stuff. Yeah, exactly. I want to figure out some type of cooling solution for the jacket because the jacket's just a little too warm when it's closed. So I need to come up with some type of fan ventilation system, which shouldn't be too hard. It's not. The jacket's actually a little bit loose on me, so I've got a bunch of extra room in it to fit something. Thankfully. But I want to do that, and I want to rig up a magnet solution for wearing, actually like attaching the mask to the hood. I have a good idea for it, but I gotta test it a bit to see if it'll work. Because some of the ideas I had for before this stream didn't really work out. But I managed to get magnets on it for attaching it to my coat. That's what I have on it right now. Managed to. I am gonna eventually sew these in, but I got intimidated about sewing. And honestly, I get pretty stressed leading up to a con because I don't do super well in crowds 90% of the time. I do fine when I get into it, but leading up it causes me a lot of stress. So I kind of didn't deal too well about my con prep this time, but I managed to get this working out pretty well for attaching it to my lapels. But I do eventually am gonna just sew these magnets with a little patch into the straps and the lapels to make it a little more permanent. And the way I was thinking of doing it for attaching it to the hood for wearing it is I tried doing like mounting the magnets along the rim, either on the inside or on the outside. But the angle, it was actually like the weight was pulling on them was actually detaching them fairly easily, even when they were fairly strong magnets. So what I think I'm going to do is I think I'm going to get a strip of fabric and kind of just run a conduit of it along the edge with the magnets in little sections along it. That way the magnets have a little flex to go up and down like this. And then I'll basically do the same on the inside of the hood. And basically have it run that way. That way, rather than magnets being tightly affixed, so when it shifts angles, it detaches, it'll have a little play back and forth, so it should stay attached. I'm hoping, because yeah, that was the main issue I found when I was testing these magnets for attaching it to the hood, is when they were rigidly attached to the mask, they would constantly come loose really easily, because they would just, with the fairly moving around fabric, it was really easy just to hit the exact right angle to slide off. The only thing I got to worry about is I got to make sure the pocket's tight enough that the magnets don't actually have room to rotate around. Because if they do, the polarity might get messed up and it'll end up pushing away from the magnets in the hood rather than attracting. I've noticed it's pretty good of self-correcting about that because they're pretty strong magnets. So if you put them close enough together, they'll align the way they want to attract each other. But it's still something I might want to avoid by just making the compartment fairly tight. But I'm probably going to put that off for a little. I'm going to basically let that cook in my brain for a little bit to see if I can think of any issues with it. I'm actually been working a bit on getting Shuts' streams for his cosplay photos and going through that and editing that down. So it's just going to be the very like direct him talking about all the photos for him to put up on YouTube. I've been working on that most of the morning. Well, not most of the morning, for a couple hours this morning. Yeah, he got some great photos, and that was actually a really fun stream. I actually really enjoyed hanging out and talking to a lot of the local cosplayers in there. Definitely went too long the first night, but as he managed to get that second stream, which nicely covered a lot of the stuff I'd missed from going to bed. Get these all attached. Nice detail pieces. What do I want to make sure? I want to make sure these slots are in the right spot. Is that what you're saying? Okay, so you're saying you just want to make sure it's aligned properly with the rest of the piece here. You can put it on the wrong way and it's not aligned. I see, I see. Wait, no, it's aligned either way. Oh, I see, they're different width pieces. That's why it only goes on one direction. Or the peg where it attaches, we're different width. There we go. What's next? What's next? N2. C, D, A, E. Oh, it's the last. Yeah, one thing. These kotobukiya kits are really nice in that they seem to very deliberately be working through all the pieces in a sprue in order. So I haven't had this consistent of empty sprues on the Bandai kits at all. This is actually kind of nice because it frees up a lot of the desk space really quickly. Because rather than having every sprue being half used as you build, that seems to be working through them all in order. Because I think this is like the 6th empty sprue I've had so far, as they go over my shoulder like all the rest. That's pretty much been the main difference. Like, overall construction style is very... I'll need to think on it a bit, put it into words properly. But it has a very, like, systematic, consistent build-up. Like, I'm putting generally the same size pieces together to build bigger pieces, and it seems to be very stable. Whereas Gundam, I find I have a lot of times where it's like a big piece combining with a small piece, and then you attach a bunch of small pieces on that big piece to build it up. Where this seems very consistent of like building fairly consistent chunks from 3 or 4 pieces, and then combining it with other pieces to get the end result. It's very formulaic. There, that's the word I was kind of using for. Formulaic or like systematic. It seems. This is gonna go on the top here. Here. Here or farther forward? No, here, because that needs a farther forward slot for another piece. This piece size. There we go. That's right. Yep. Looks it. Same on this one. Yeah, making this costume more comfortable is definitely, I think, going to be the priority of my... As I said, that's the whole thing with getting the magnets for the mask, is just making it more comfortable to quickly put it on and off. So if I can get some type of cooling system in this jacket so I'm more comfortable in it for a longer period, that'd be nice. Need you. These are coming along. What's next? Oh, we're combining. Just slide on. Oh, I see. It slides on, and then it goes. These pieces go through into the slot to keep it all together. See, I see, I see. I'm assuming this goes on this side because it's the right width. Yeah, I see. And they're different widths to match up with the inside and the outside. Make sure we're lined up. Cool, that side's on. And then the opposite side. Oh, is that right? Or is it put it down? No, that looks right, I think. Let me just quickly check. Ding, 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 ding. Yep, okay, it is supposed to click pop up a little. Cool, so that's the shoulder joint then. It's an interesting way to attach it. It's still on like a little bit of a slide. I gotta make sure to alternate this so it's actually right. Yeah, like this. Okay, that's a neat construction for the shoulders. Makes sense for the gun-like design. Yeah, it both has a bit of slide there and here. Oh, but when it slid back like this, it doesn't have any play here. It's only in like the forward position it has play. Interesting. Yeah, it's definitely this type of unique stuff is why I went for this one with the gun arms rather than regular arms that could just hold guns. Now, there we go. I think we're done those arms. What are we doing next? Legs? That's one thing I noticed with this kit too, is it's very vague about what you're building. Maybe it's just because there's a lot more Japanese. Like I'm never quite sure what the specific part I'm building is. It's legs. Cool. Actually, these legs look pretty simple. Let's do it. I'm gonna need some bees, it looks like. Wait, is that it? Oh, let's get a future piece. 24. How's my hair not getting this big? Right? Nope, it's not good. How about a drink? Same one for this other sprue. Yeah, I think during the break I'm probably gonna take off the like middle layer of this costume. Keep the suit jacket and the mask so I can keep the mask wearing, but get rid of the hoodie. I think that's making it a little too warm right now. Dun 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 dun. Good. And now D. A. C. E. D. I did want to say, Storyteller, those business cards turned out looking excellent. I was really impressed when he showed me for the first time. Yeah. If you're okay with it, actually, I was thinking about maybe using that as like a basis for his end card for his YouTube videos. I think you probably just basically expand the edges of it out to make a bit bigger frame for it, and it should work pretty good, I think, for an end card. Sweet. Yeah, that'll make it a little easier. It's been a lot of fun actually going through to like I mentioned earlier, but like going through and actually like editing kind of with a purpose in mind for the end video of it. Because a lot of the editing I do on my own VODs, it's just kind of just chopping out the breaks and the starting soon screen type stuff. I don't actually do too much editing, but it's been neat kind of going through and editing it to very much focus on the photos and the con stories and stuff. And kind of edit out a lot of the like usual streamer chatter. I haven't even gotten to the banned word yet. That should be a pretty fun section to edit. You need to find a buzzer sound effect. Probably the good old Price is Right buzzer is what I'll go for. Not the... Well, I might use the classic one, but I'll probably just go for the regular bzz for the couple of them. Oh, wow. Spring loaded. We should slide right on here. Why are you being difficult? Oh, okay. That's be a little tighter. There we go. There's that thunder eye here. Oh, that's good. We need rain. That should cool it down even quicker. There we go. Now same for this one. Yeah, he Shutsworth showed a couple pictures of it on stream, but I actually did like a speed build competition there at the con. It was pretty fun. They gave us, where is it? I tossed it. There it is. Yeah, they gave everyone, it was like a $10 entry free, and they gave everyone one of these like entry grade, which is like the bottom like starter kits. I think I mentioned these to you before when we were first talking about these kits. How there's like a really super simple entry grade, and this is it. These. Yeah, they gave everyone the same kit and basically had us see how fast we could build it. I think I ended up coming around 7th, I think? Like 40 minutes. The fastest was 25 minutes, I believe. Yeah, it was fun. I definitely think I could do better next year, too. I have some ideas for how I'm going to improve. I never done one of these entry grade kits before, so there's some things about it that threw me off because they kind of really. The main thing was they had a lot of them had like A1, A2 for the sprues, but they were all on one sprue. It was just the different sections were labeled differently. Whereas on every other kit I've done before this, A1 and A2 would be two completely different sprues. They wouldn't be same sections on one sprue. So that actually threw me for a pretty good loop for the first like 5-10 minutes. So I think knowing that would help. And about halfway through, I realized I needed to just stop looking at the numbers of the pieces, and I just needed to look at the shape for the piece I was looking for, and that was the fastest way to locate it. So I think with those two things in mind, I could probably improve that time quite a bit next year. I'm definitely going to try again, I think. It was my first time doing that thing, and 40 minutes wasn't bad. And it was 7th too, out of, I think it was probably about 15 people. So I think it was just on the like top half. Which, to be fair, there's a fair amount of kids in that bottom half, but one who got 25 said 25 the fastest time at 25 minutes was also a kid, so you can't exactly be stereotypical or judgmental about that. They're good enough to win it. That doesn't mean they're necessarily slow. But it was fun. And as I said, they had like a bunch of like people's custom painted and designed models for the design gunplay competition. And I think next year I'm probably going to try and do a diorama for that. Chef showed off some pictures. I'll actually probably try and grab those pictures during my break and show them off on this stream too. So I wanted to talk about some of the details on those I saw, and some of the, like they had little cards that gave like more information about what went into building it that were really interesting that I don't think Shuts went over. Cool. We are on to the next step. F. A. E. C. D. Where are you? I. H. F. Here we go. Yeah, I think Chef's mentioned it as well, but the convention definitely seemed like it was a little better run this year, too. They definitely seemed to be getting the hang of things. Bit by bit. There was definitely some situations where it was left up to random attendees to kind of tell people where to go in spots, which could always be better, but I also remember there being a lot more of that last year than I saw this year. They seem to have done better about it. Indeed. For instance. Oh, need to wet my throat. And no, I'm not gonna jinx it. But to say I managed to get through the convention without catching the big C like I did last time, but I'm not gonna tempt fate and say that before I'm sure of it. Thankfully, it was a really mild case when I got it, so didn't even hit me respiratorily at all. It was just the fever. Fever and lack of taste. But yeah, it was weird. I like lost sense of taste pretty strong, but I didn't actually have any like chest congestion or anything. HA, I think we do those right. Yep, we do. Build time. Absolutely. Oh, as I said, I think I was already feeling pretty bad after last year's con at this point, so I think I'm in the clear. But yeah, I'm really thankful it was as mild a case as I was, because I managed to dodge it all through the actual pandemic. I got pretty lucky. Then, I just got lazy. Hope being cautious. Oh well, good reminder. Yeah, definitely the thing about this Animethon compared to the expo in about a month, they seem to be trying to set themselves apart with, is their musical acts definitely were pretty hard hitting. Not hard hitting, but they were pretty big musical acts. They're definitely niche because they're like Japanese only most of the parts, but a lot of them it's like only like their second or third time playing in North America. You know, the nice part about these being weapon like integrated arms is it means I don't actually have to build arms or weapons separately. I just kind of thought about, because I was like playing it out what I have left to build and seeing if I can if I can fit it all in today's stream or not. And then I just realized, okay, well, I'll build all the body and then I'll build the weapons. And I thought for a bit, it's like, oh, the weapons are built already because they're the arms. So there really isn't all that much weapons. It's pretty much just the shoulder weapons. So I think I actually will probably be able to finish this stream. We'll see, though. I don't really want to rush if I can help it. And I do probably I think after I take my break, I'm gonna go through my merch and a couple. I only have like half a dozen pictures and a few, even fewer videos to show off, but I'll show off what I have, and I have about half a dozen pieces of merch I want to show off and kind of credit the people I bought it from. I mentioned earlier on, but I definitely bought way less art this year, just kind of avoid spending so much. But, especially with buying this kit. This kit absorbed a lot of the budget I had set for the event. But I have the couple pieces. It was nice because I was on that, I was very kind of selective about who I bought. So I pretty much only bought art from artists I haven't gotten stuff from in the past and really like their style. And I definitely went for more like postcard size prints rather than full wall size prints to save a little. Yeah, going through the artist alley is still probably the highlight of these events. I think Shut still definitely has come to like the cosplay aspect a lot more, but I think the Artist Alley is still like bread and butter of these events for me. Even if I'm not buying as much, just going around and looking at it all is so fun. What do these go on? Just want to make sure. Okay, this one is offset. And I imagine the other side it's not, right? Yeah. Oh no, they're all offset. Never mind. Yeah, let's finish these pieces, and then I'll take a quick break. And then when we come back, I'll go over all that merch stuff and show off the couple videos I have, some stuff that Shuts didn't get to. Most of the stuff I have is just stuff I ended up going to on my own while Shuts was taking photos somewhere else. Which is absolutely fine. Like a lot of the stuff I went to on my own was like very like Gundam specific. Like as I said, they actually had one of the like mecha artists there who did some Gundam series and a lot of Macross, and his panels are actually a lot of fun. So I want to talk a bit about him. How do these go on? Am I confused? Oh, I am confused. There we go. This is an interesting leg construction. This is very different from the Gundam kits. D1 or D... 3 to 5. Oh, wrong. What am I? Oh, nice. Thanks, Storyteller. I'll take a look at that after stream. Something like that will probably be exactly what I'm looking for. Simple. Excuse-moi. Definitely need to hydrate in this thing. That's one thing I will say for Animethon is they had a water station set up all over the place. They're a lot better about that than the other expo. The other expo I think only has a couple water fountains kind of spread around at certain points, whereas this one had like big water stations set up. Probably, yeah. There's probably one every like 50 feet or so. And they were pretty well positioned, so they were decently central to everything. did have the issue of you pretty much only had the options within the convention center for eating. There wasn't a whole lot of like other places within walking distance around it to eat, which I hear the like Calgary conventions are a lot better about. But thankfully the options they had were pretty good. It was like, just like barbecued hamburgers and hot dogs, and they had a bunch of like rice dishes if you wanted something a little more hearty. So their options weren't bad, and it wasn't outrageously expensive. It was like $5 for a hot dog or hamburger, which is expensive, but they were good sized hot dogs and hamburgers. Like I didn't really feel too bad, especially for a con. I've been to cons where it's like fucking $10 hamburger and hot dogs. It's ridiculous. That's, if I remember correctly, that's kind of what the other one is too. The other one's even worse though. Definitely food options is a big weakness to the Edmonton cons. Both locations are fairly distant from other food options. There we go. These legs are actually pretty simple. Yeah, just to reiterate, I really love the aspect of these kits where it seems to be really strongly making sure to use all the pieces from individual sprues before it moves on to other sprues. Seem to do a really good job of that. Yeah. And this one isn't bad. They even had, I would even say they had more variety this year than they had last year for food options. So that's nice. You're still definitely kind of at the mercy of whatever the convention wants to sell you. E1. Which one's B? Oh, this one is. There it is. So I'm going to do this slowly because it seems to be fairly similar pieces. So rather than cut a bunch out all at once, get these pieces together and on there and then move on to the next. We want to keep these pegs, right? Take a close look here. We do, in fact, want to keep these pegs. I want to be careful not to chop them off. Just trim the excess plastic. There. Oh, okay, it snaps on like this. Right? Off. There, goes around the edge. Good. Oh, that's scummy as hell. Yeah, no, I thankfully none of the ones we've gone to seem to be doing that. Even the one where it's less water fountains, it's very much seems that's just because that's the water fountains they have available. They seem to at least trying to use all the resources they have, rather than nickel and dime ya. Oh. Yeah, no, that sounds scummy as hell. Jesus. Yeah, it's definitely a different feel between the two cons, because the other cons definitely, as well as being very much more like movie and comic focused, rather than anime specifically. It also, I think the other one's very much like a company-run con, whereas this one seems very volunteer-run. Well, no, not that the actual like con isn't being run by volunteers at the other one either. It's that same situation, but it seems like they're more of like a event organization behind it rather than because this one was done by the Alberta Society for Asian Popular Arts. It's ASAPA or something like that. It's the Asian Society for Asian Popular Arts is the one who runs this convention. Which is nice. Like it is everything. Like as Shuts talked about, there's like idol shows constantly going on in the stage. There was the Gunpla area. There was the huge artist alley. There's so much costuming. There's actually like a ton of like niche fan community panels as well. That was neat. I didn't really go to a whole lot of those, but it's always nice that they have them. Nine, 4. Yeah, I guess I don't really have any like concept of how much it costs to invite guests or something, but from the amount of attendees these conventions, at least both conventions where I got to attend to, have been getting over the past years, I don't really think they're having too much trouble making ends meet nowadays. But I guess if the guest costs us enough, then it probably might be, but yeah, I think a lot of the things that would limit the growth of the cons we've been going to is the venue. The venue's really nice, but it's kind of like you might have noticed from a lot of Shuts pictures, there's almost no like really large size cosplays in this con. That's because there's a lot of like stairs and escalators and like multiple floors you have to go up and down to get around at this con. So it would be really pain in the ass to try and get around with like a huge costume. You'll definitely see more huge costumes at the other one because that one's all on like one level. But this one's also definitely like much more centrally located. This? Oh, this is I'll need this piece later, but it's not the piece I need now. Piece I need now is this one? This one. Yeah, no all popular cosplays. I haven't seen those that often. There's usually a Gundam. There's usually a really big Gundam, and there's usually like a Megazord or like Transformer. One of those two. One of those two categories. And then usually there's like a third big costume that's like a giant character, like I think last year there was like a Trash Golem that was really well done, but it was huge. That's the one that we're going to be going to in about a month. It's probably going to have a couple more big costumes like that, because traditionally there's always been a couple. But as I said, that one's all on one floor, so it's a lot easier for people in those huge costumes to get around. There we go. It's actually quite a bit of work for a very tiny arbor blade. Okay, let's do some more. Do the other leg. Oh, there's actually another piece I've been missing, but I'll grab that here in a second. Need another 8 and 9. So I'll grab the other sprue. Yes, sir. Yeah, I am kind of glad that even if we do start going to the cons in Calgary, it's still going to be pretty spaced out. Because if I'm not mistaken, the ones we would be going to in Calgary all happen like earlier in the spring. Like I think it's like April and May are the two times for those conventions in Calgary, and then both the Edmonton ones are August, September. We actually have a nice little gap between them. Trying to make it so it's not too hectic all at once. Yeah. I'm looking forward to starting to play Sea of Thieves with Shuts and Combat Wolf on Saturday. That should be a lot of fun. I need to see if I can't push them to do higher voices. I don't know if I can get Shuts to, but I can do mine. Maybe it'll work. I really haven't played that game too much, so I'm definitely going to be the rookie on that team, I think. Played enough to understand it, but... I think it'll probably come down to combat more than anything, because I'm going to be doing it, and I think if combat starts doing it, we can convince Shuts to do it, but I think if there's 2 reluctant people, it'll probably be a lost cause. Wait, am I? Oh, I am literally putting these on backwards. That explains a lot. Now, the back part I've been missing. 19. Where are you? Oh, you're all the way up here. That game has like open PvP in the world, right? Like there's like always PvP kinda. Even when you're going around and trying to do PvE objectives, people can like jump you. I thought for a second the instructions said not to cut this little nub, but no, it's being very specific. Please cut this little nub. Yeah, definitely the color scheme on this isn't the most exciting. It's very red and brown. How does... Okay, it just goes on the bottom of there. Would appear. Yeah. Well, at least we'll have the advantage. We'll have like 3 people able to use voice communications. That should improve our odds quite a bit. Allow us to be more teamwork focused. Oh, dropped a piece. Let me just roll back. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with these magnets I've got on this so far. They're pretty effective. And they're pretty much at the right perfect strength where it doesn't feel like I'm actually gonna if I do a stitch, it's not gonna feel like it's gonna pull the stitch out. Because it does have a good grip, like it just casually kind of knocking it won't knock it off. But if I keep constant pressure, it pops off pretty easy. So I think I should be able to rig up something a little more permanent than this tape that'll work pretty effectively. And then I just got to repeat that process. As I said, I think I'm just going to repeat that process along the rim at the top of this mask in kind of a sleeve. And that should hopefully accomplish what I want. Because that's the thing, with this, even with the strap is really nice. It does a good hold, but it keeps it fairly, like, really tight to my face, which can make it a little stuffy. So I think if I have it kind of only connecting at this top rim, it might allow the bottom to kind of have a little more of a gap and allow it to breathe a little easier. Cool. Yeah, this seems like a good stopping point for now. I'm not quite done the legs, but it looks like most of what I'll be doing to them will be just kind of like detail work for a little bit here. So I'm going to take this opportunity to take a quick break, and then when I come back, I'll probably show off my merch a little bit. And I'm going to peel a layer or 2 off this costume to kind of cool myself down. But yeah, I will talk to you soon. I'll be back. Yeah, I'll probably be back right about 22. So I hope to see you then. There it is. Talk to you soon. Yeah, welcome back. What do yeah, I figure I might finish off these legs before I get at looking at my... Yeah, exactly, storyteller. Yeah, let's get these legs finished before we move on to our merch stuff. Just to give people a chance. I got some ZZZ stuff too, so I figured I'd wait to see if some people who are more interested in that show up. So I want to show that off. But most, as you said, I don't have a whole lot, so I might even just finish the stream off for it. But if you do end up wanting to head to bed or something, storyteller, before you go, I'll make sure to show it off before you do. I don't have a whole lot of it, honestly. I have probably like 4 pieces of art and like a charm, so it won't take me long to go through it. Yeah. Figure I might as well finish these legs off. I do like how all the art I picked up this year is very like stylistically different. There's definitely artists that had unique styles, definitely jumped out to me more this year than previous years. I need 2 of these, don't I? Yeah, I do. And yeah, actually without the sweater, you know, in the inventory layer, this jacket isn't that hot. It's actually completely bearable. But I definitely need the sweater for the look. I say I need the sweater for the look. I really only need like the cuffs and the hood and the little bit of it that sticks out on the jacket. I could probably cut away a bulk of the material from that hoodie that isn't actually visible to make it a lot cooler. Yeah, I could actually like basically from my armpits down on my back, I could probably cut off. Just have basically the arms and the hood as a unit. And a little bit of the front. That's an idea, actually. I'm going to keep that in mind. That would actually make it way cooler. Because this is actually completely comfortable right now. With just the jacket. So even if it was just a bit around my head and arms, that would probably still make it warmer. But not having my core being so warm would help a lot. What do we need? Five, yeah. Big old chunk right here. Be gone, bots. I will say, Twitch definitely seems to be a lot better at banning bots than some of the other social media platforms I'm on. Generally, when I report a bot for stuff like that, it's gone the next day. Whereas a lot of times I get responses from other social media platforms like, we see nothing wrong here. It's like, oh, okay. Pretty sure there's something wrong here, but... Thanks, bro. Sorry. Need to clear my throat there. That started a little one. Yeah, it's reassuring to do. It definitely motivates you to actually report bots because when you get responses fairly quickly, it kind of is like, oh, if I report the bot quickly, it means it'll bother less people. But I am really actually I had kind of forgotten Sea of Thieves was going to be this Saturday. I remembered agreeing to it, but the con kind of wiped everything else from my mind for a little bit. But that's going to be a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun playing Night Rain with Combat for Jets. It was a good time, and I know this will be a good time too. Yeah, thankfully I'm still subscribed to Game Pass, but that is a pretty big game if I remember correctly, so I need to make sure to download that before Saturday. What happened with this piece? Go. Leg armor plates, I think. Oh, wow, I'm actually putting a lot of detail on these plates. Yeah, I thought these are fairly simple in construction, but there's actually a lot going into the armor plating on them. Up here. 4 and 10. E1, right? Yep. It was interesting with the con. If I can't tell. I can't tell if there's just more ZZ cosplayers this year than usual, or is it just because I got into ZZ and like actively recognized the characters really quickly that I noticed more people doing it. I definitely don't think I remember seeing art too much of it. I definitely saw a lot of art this year. I think I'd recognize Lycon even if I wasn't super familiar with ZZZ. It's a very recognizable design. I think I'd remember seeing him. think these are all good. Wait, are you serious? Are you telling me to glue these pieces on? Really? I wasn't expecting that. I mean, I can accommodate that, but I was not expecting that. Let me get these pieces together, and I'm gonna really take a close look at this instruction manual and see if that's actually what it's telling me to do. That sure seems to be what the iconography is trying to tell me. Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah. Really, the only reason I was thinking about maybe keeping the bulk of the sleeves attached is because where I'm thinking of attaching the mask to the hood, I kind of want something to anchor the hood in place. And the sleeves seem like they might, even if I cut out like the armpits and just have like one side of the sleeve, just have something connecting to the cuffs to kind of keep the hood anchored in place. Although I could probably just sew the hood right into the jacket to accomplish the same thing. But my sewing skills are definitely probably the weakest link in this whole project, so I'm not sure how. I wouldn't mind trying to cut down on it a little more for like really important structural parts. Yeah, is this actually telling me to glue this piece on here? Let me see. I have the piece. Okay, it slides in there on its own pretty okay. This doesn't really seem like it necessarily needs glue. Let me double check to see what that icon is. Maybe it's just recommending glue. Usage of glue is recommended. That's literally what it says. Well, since you recommend it, I might as well. Let me get that top part on first. Put a little glue in here. Yeah, I'm almost definitely not going to be painting this kit. I never say never. If I'm going to be painting it, I kind of want this piece maybe to be able to come off again for ease of paint. So I'm just going to leave it unglued for now. And if it regularly becomes a problem, I'll glue it. Yeah, because gluing's very permanent, so I'd like to leave my options open. Yeah, that would also work. Yeah, we wouldn't really necessarily need the like back part of the hood attachment, would we? We'd only really need to kind of have it near the collar. So that would work too. Yeah. Definitely things to brainstorm a little bit. As I said, I kind of went through a pretty like stressful in my head session there when I was getting ready for this con, so I kind of want to take about a week to break just to kind of think about it before I actually start cracking on it. But I do want to make sure not to leave it too late. I do want to actually get it done a little bit earlier for this con, so I don't have to stress too much. You kidding me? Just launch that piece off at like the speed of, oh my god. I'm gonna have to take a second to see if I can find that piece. That's annoying. Like spring-loaded. Yeah, I'm not gonna spend a whole lot of time looking at it. I'm just gonna take a quick scan to see if I can spot it right away. I will be right back. Oh well, I will find it. I just gotta spend some more time looking a little later. Piece really pinged off, so it could be just about anywhere, but fairly confident I can find it. In the meantime, let's keep going. Oh, actually, let me do a quick scan of the desk. Just make sure it didn't ping off over here somewhere, actually. I thought it went that direction, but I guess I could be wrong. Nope. Oh well. I should be able to find it eventually. Found quite a few nubs that pinged off through the course of my streams. Yep, exactly. It's not a super tiny piece. It's got a little bit of bulk to it, so I would definitely feel it. Make sure these other ones are really on there. There we go. And yeah, we're not gonna glue these on just yet. It seems like it actually will hold on there pretty good, even without glue. It's probably just a thing that if I put any amount of pressure, it'll pop you. Oh, no, actually, it's not that bad. It's pretty tight, but like I'm putting a fair amount of pressure on that it's not pinging off, so I might not even need to glue that. Let's do the same for this one. Oh, it could be. I don't think that's not even plugged in, so I don't really worry about it. But I don't think so. Yeah, I'm almost positive I saw it kind of ping off in that direction, but I guess it could kind of ping straight up. Let's get the other one done in the meantime. Oh, absolutely. But That's actually good because that'll give me motivation to go around and clean up some of the odder spots that probably have been collecting plastic chunks for a little bit. Definitely been letting the room mode kind of run less because I kind of want to salvage some of those pieces if I can. That's that. Even in the little scan I just did, I found like 3 or 4 different colored nubs all over the place that have just pinged off over the time. Wonder how many plastic chunks I'm gonna find at the end of this beak of this mask at the end of the stream. Yeah, more plates. Oh, the knee. It's the knee armor. Okay. Okay, I can kind of see what I see why they recommend gluing it is because it doesn't have any support. Like these things don't actually attach or touch anything. They're supposed to just kind of stand out. And you don't want them to pinch this joint too much. They probably recommend gluing it and pinching the joint. But it seems fine. Just gotta spread it a little bit for you. That's it. And that's bulky armor. Clean up some nubs. On to the next stage. Or actually, I don't know, we gotta put. Oh, these are some different colors. 2, 17, and 18. Ooh, excuse me. Spruce C. I haven't used any of those yet. What's new? 6. I think the gray pieces are misleading. I think it's just supposed to be like. Actually, I don't know. No, they've got like bolt patterns on the end. I think they're supposed to be like huge bolts, kind of keeping the armor plates together. I think is what it's supposed to be. There's like a color illustration on the next page. Yeah, it definitely seems like it's meant to be like structural rather than functional. some little gray vent pieces. Yeah, the Gundams always have weird, like they basically have like tiny little chain guns either in their shoulders or on either side of their face. Almost every Gundam has something like that. It's basically supposed to be like their anti-infantry weapon. Yeah, compared to all the other guns they use, they're tiny. Basically almost looks like detail points, as you said. Yeah, that's one of the like core designs. Almost all the Gundam shares something like that. Yeah, one thing I was actually pleasantly surprised with is with this like wound makeup I have on. I noticed on the day I did put it on for the con, it actually like looked better as I kind of like sweated at it, and like accidentally rubbed it throughout the day. It kind of made it look more realistic. It was a nice little result. It makes me not so worried about it. Yeah, I bought a pack of 4 and I put one of them on Sunday. This one I actually put on tonight. I actually was debating whether to put one on or not. I put this one on tonight because it was one of the ones I tried to put on Sunday and I messed up the application, so I wasn't sure if it was going to allow me to do like a second try application of it. But it did, and it actually applied pretty easily. But I still have 2 more of them saved up for Expo in a couple months. So I'll probably end up doing what I intended to do this year, which is on the first day won't cosplay on Friday and just do all my art shopping then. And that way I don't have to go through the super like tightly packed artist alley in the costume. Although with it on my chest like this, it actually isn't too bad to go around. I noticed it doesn't actually, because the nose actually sinks down quite a bit and like kind of sits vertically, it doesn't actually take too much room in front of me, more than my like usual personal space would. So it's actually not too bad maneuvering. I can't really see anything in it when I'm wearing it, so I can't like put it on my face when I walk around the artist alley. But it's actually not too bad walking around when it's on my chest like this. How are these gonna go on? But still, I kind of like just to be able to really easily go around Artist Alley. And Friday is usually the slowest day anyway, so it's usually the day I choose to go around Artist Alley and look at everything real close, take my time. So that's probably what I'll do again this year, is I'll just not cosplay on the first day to check out all the Artist Alley stuff, and then do it Saturday, Sunday. Being kind of careful to make sure I get the orientations right on this. Damn, so looking good. That. yeah, there's actually a lot of like armor plate detail work on this stuff. You put a fair amount of work with fairly small details. Looks good though. This one is the stain on this piece. Other way. Between. Oh, PC. Weird. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, that is no problem at all, storyteller. Like I said, I really appreciate you speaking up because I don't have a whole lot, but so I should be able to go through it pretty quick here. Well, let's start off with. Oh, let me bring my credit list up so I can copy paste into the chat. There we go. So these two were the first piece of art I picked up. There we go. By this person I'm currently posting in the chat. I got two pieces of Chainsaw Man art from them. It's very like pop art style. I really like. And this is Quan Chi. Let me make sure the light's not. Oh. There we go. Yeah, got one for Quan Chi, who's a character that shows up much later in Chainsaw Man. Power. Like I really like this style. It's very like pop arty cool. Yeah, I got those two from the person I just posted in chat. I hadn't seen them before, and I really like the style on those two. Next up, we have a little. I really like the shading this person did on all their art, and I hadn't seen them before. So that last one was Find Miele, I think is how you'd pronounce that. And this Frey one I am about to show you is by this guy named Yam Tempura. Yams Tempura. And there's his Instagram there. And I picked up a nice little Freyren print from him. Let me focus up a little more up close. The thing I really love, he had this same type of shading on all his art, and it's really well done shading. Like it's very matte and heavy in spots, but it made for an excellent effect. Yeah, I almost wanted to get a large size print on this, but as I said, I'm trying to be a little more thrifty, and so I ended up just getting the smaller one. But yeah, next up we have yeah, I haven't seen Soul Eater fan art in a long time. I see lots of Soul Eater cosplayers, but in terms of actual fan art, I haven't seen any Soul Eater fan art in a while at these cons. So from this person named Margot Faust, I picked up this really nice little Soul Eater art. And once again, I just really like the color palette on this one, and the kind of like very chaotic stack up on the bottom. It's got the what's her name? The cat witch and the devil that Soul always sees in his like dream world. Yeah, I was actually really like, and all of these are artists I had never seen before. This one I don't have anyone to credit for because it's the guy on it. But when I went to see the, this is of the Gundam illustrator, I went to see a couple of panels of Hidetaki Tenjin. He did like the Crossbones Gundam and some of the Universe Gundams, and I believe this is the Justice Gundam, and a couple series he did arts for. And he gave everyone like this is the cover art for his like art book, and he gave everyone a free print of it when we went to one of his panels. And he'll actually come up again in the the quick images I'll bring up here in a second. But lastly, for art, is this excellent Miyabi print by, and this person's like fairly new from what I can tell, and I was really impressed. Like, they actually don't have a whole lot of followers on any other social media, so I think they're pretty new to this, and they did an excellent job. So I really want to give them a shout out in particular. Jom Illustrations did this excellent Miyabi art. Got her slicing a melon basically in the background. Oh, the plastic is making it really hard to kind of see in the light. But yeah, let me actually take it out of the sleeve. Focus on the distance a bit. There we go. You can see it a bit better there. It's her doing. Yeah, exactly. I really wanted to get at least one really cool Miyabi art, and this has definitely fulfilled that want for the convention. So I was really happy to find it. And as I mentioned, he seems like he's just starting out. So, and if you're gonna go check out anyone's stuff, check out his stuff, because his stuff really impressed me. The stuff I saw. Yeah, and now I can really quickly bring up the 4 or 5 pictures I took and go through those, and then that'll be everything I got for the convention. Oh, I think I can just bring up the window capture I had set up, right? Oh, I gotta quickly bump these properties over to the new window. There we go. Let me get that off my Twitch menu. To the few pictures I have. There we go. Are you gonna show? Oh, we're back to bring it up. Pop it up on screen. Yeah, okay. So you can see this. So yeah, showed this video on Shuts' stream of the live Uma Musume. That was pretty fun. As I said, it was a blowout race too. I can't imagine if it was close, it would probably be a pretty loud crowd. Yeah, I don't think Shuts got a picture of this one. It's another character from Chainsaw Man from fairly later on. They did a great job on it. I think zoom. Oh wow, yeah, I can really zoom in, can't I? Oh, this touch wheel is not made for this. Yeah, they did great detail work on the mask. I don't know, got the same kind of viney gross all over the gun. You can tell it was all very like hand done too. Like it seems like this is just a ton of work put into this. And oh, sorry, I actually see in chat. And yeah, these guys popped up on Shuts' stream. Bomb Devil and the Chainsaw Man cosplay. This Bomb Devil cosplay was amazing. Like the mask was super high quality, and especially the skirt. The skirt's what impressed me. The dynamite stick skirt is such a cool part of her character, and they did such a great job at it. You see the top here if you can. Yeah, like it has all like the wiring and fuses and stuff throughout it as well. Did such a great job. I think I got a couple more of them maybe. Oh no, this is the Anakiri panel I went to, which is just people doing the like organized like chant dances they do for a lot of songs. These guys were incredibly high energy. Throughout the whole panel, it was just constantly people would like almost sprint in the door and like throw their bag on a seat to jump in and start dancing with everyone. I didn't get any really good videos of this, but it was a really high energy and fun time. So we saw people doing it with light sticks at the con. I think actually I have a video of some people doing it at one of the panels I went to. There's that Berserk cosplayer again. I sent this picture to Shuts to show off because I love the pose he struck for me. But yeah, this armor was so nuts. Like, oh yeah, definitely give this. I remember Shuts posted his. I think it's Shadow _Impulse on Instagram. I'm not 100% on there, but I think that's this guy's tag, because this was far and away my favorite cosplay from the convention. Yeah. And what else do we have? This might be loud, so apologies if it is. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's redlining. Let me shrink that down a bit. I went to like a VTuber karaoke panel of a VTuber I had heard of before. They started by singing "Oh Canada." Don't need to listen to the whole thing, but they did a great job. They're a Japanese VTuber. But yeah, that was a great little moment. I think they did some other things, but I don't think I took any videos of the rest of their set. That was a fun little set. What else do we have? I think these might be from the concert. Oh no, these guys were doing the light stick spinning at that VTubers concert. I always love watching these guys go. They're so fucking great at it. Like they make it look effortlessly. Like we watched them. I love people watching during like the Vocaloid concerts, people doing it, because you could tell like they'd be doing insane complex, or you can't really see insane complex routines with one hand while just on their phone, not paying any attention to what they were doing. Like it's literally ingrained, it seemed. But I think these last two videos are from the VTuber concerts. Yeah. I didn't really have as nice a camera as shot, so I just waited for some kind of like crowd shots. But yeah, look at all the glow sticks in the crowd. Yeah, and as I said, this was by far and away the most packed concert. I think there's a moment where they go crazy with the light sticks in this, so I'm just letting it play. The live band was great too. Like the live band was on point with everything. Yeah, and I think I took, maybe it's the next video I took that had the hype moment. I think that was just kind of showing. Oh yeah, this is a little more hyped up. I think, oh no, this is the one that like 2 seconds after I stopped recording, she did the Miku Miku beam thing and everyone went nuts. I just stopped recording when she did it though. Yeah, and then I think, what are these last two? Oh yeah, this is from the drawing panel, the like Gundam art. These are the last stuff I have. Yeah, he did like his, he did about 3 iterations of the rough sketch and that gave him the outline he's working with here. And this was him going through. He went through and basically painted all the surfaces a different color based on their like depth in the picture. And he did that basically just like, this is halfway through. Like originally like this face was this face and like this little bit were all this, and this forward piece, like it was basically all colored based on its depth in the picture. And you can still kind of see it with like the yellow and the orange and green that's still here as them being farther back. But he basically did that all in color to explain that's how he kind of separates the layers. And then he goes through layer and layer and colors all those pieces with the same kind of lighting shade. So it's a consistent lighting shade through the depths. And that was basically his explanation of how he achieves his lighting system for his illustrations. It was actually super informative. Like he actually did a great job of explaining his mindset of like how he approaches lighting. And that was the thing. That was the funny thing is like he went through probably 3 iterations of the sketches for about 10 minutes. And then he probably spent about half an hour doing this like depth layer separation. But the whole time he was just constantly reinforcing, this is the most important step. If you do this step properly, it makes everything look so much better. Because it just basically made it consistent like lighting, shading throughout the different depths of the picture and made the whole thing really work really well. Like it was actually such a good, and I think I have one more that's like the final picture. Yeah, that's him after he's finished it. Yeah, he did this in about like probably it wasn't even quite an hour. It's probably about 50 minutes altogether from sketch to color. He did such a good job, and he was doing Q&A the whole time too while he was doing it. Oh, absolutely. And it was actually really cool because like he did a bunch of Q&A and then, like a lot of it was like really like non-standard artist thing. Like he does all his drawing on an iPad because he just really likes actually being to like physically move the picture around like he does with paper. Like, and how it was funny because a lot of people had questions about like avoiding carpal tunnel and stuff. Is like I never once had pain in my wrists, and he completely chalks it up to just doing all his art on an iPad. So he's just constantly in different positions while he's doing it. So he's now not just in one rigid position constantly doing his art. So that's what he attributed a lot of his like lack of wrist pain to. But yeah, that's oh, and one last piece of actually there is one last thing. Shuts had one of these too. But I picked up one of these Bernice charms. I wanted to get something to Miyabi and I wanted to get something to Bernice. So I got one of each. I got a charm of Bernice and I got that Miyabi art that I'm super happy with. But yeah, let me just quickly close this window capture and post the link for the person who made that charm. And that'll be it for my con stories and stuff, basically. Yeah. Oh, this is a name to pronounce. Aquaseas? It's almost like Pisces, but with aqua at the start. Let me post it here. It's the person who did that pin. And they also gave us, gave both me and Shuts a free little banner, ribbon saying Bang Boo Trafficker. But yeah, that's all the merchant stuff, Storyteller. Thanks a lot for sticking with me this late. I know it is very late for you. I'll probably only be streaming for another half hour and stuff and then heading to bed. But yeah, I hope you have a great rest of your night, Storyteller. Thanks for coming by. Down here. Forgot where the magnets were for a second. Yeah, it really was a good time. I'm looking for the expo in about a month. Take care, Storyteller. Not sure how much I trust this hip joint. It's too thick. There. Right? That must be right. Maybe it's just meant to protrude a little to give it a little wiggle room. Yeah, and this one is in straight for sure. Made sure. It's about the same. Corners are intact, so I'm not squishing it. Oh, that's flush though. Okay, it will go in. Flush if I line it up right. Put more pressure. Oh no, there it goes. Just needed a little extra. Nice push. Okay, where are we at now? I think we're at the foot construction, if I'm not mistaken. Which actually seems pretty involved. Let's do it. Man, there's a lot goes into these. I initially looked over this and thought the construction on the legs was fairly simple. They have a lot of small detail pieces. There's a lot of tiny details. These little tiny, not tiny, they're like, it's not small, but like, kind of insignificant in the overall, like, nice and thin. I think it's just to provide a surface for another piece to push against, slide against smoothly. We will see, I suppose. We need all of them. Oh, excuse me. I need to get these pieces cleaned up before I get the really tiny stuff out. That way, once I cut the tiny stuff out, I can pretty much plug it right in so it doesn't go loose somewhere. I'm still pissed that one piece went pinging off. It's gonna be a pain in the ass to find. I can feel it. I will find it, but I have a feeling it's gonna make me work for it. Oh, my focus is off there. Let me fix that here. Sorry. I had it focused up near the camera when I was showing off art. That'll hopefully be a little better. You know, as fun as conventions can be, I definitely need a little bit of recharge period. After for sure. Take a bunch out of me. Ah. A little bit there, but not too bad. Oh, I gotta make sure these small pieces are in here now that these are ready. 15. I need to grab it. Wait. Oh, no. D1 is what it was. Sorry. I was misreading. I think are these ones? Yeah, these ones. 7 down here. And oh, still one more piece on these. And H. These. G. Oh, these. 7. This one's in front. Goes in this little keyhole here. Cool. This one's in back. Goes in this keyhole here. Nice. Okay. And put these plates where they lie. Yeah, weird. These weird backing plates. I don't know why. We wouldn't just make it solid to start, but I guess I can see. I should have put that in for these, though. I'm now seeing. Oh, I can still slide it in here pretty okay. Ping that other piece off, though. God. Okay. At least it didn't ping it. Like that other, the other one's gone across the room somewhere. That is gonna take me a bit to find. This one should pretty quick. I think it just went into my folds. This costume. Roll back a bit. Oh, it's in my jacket. Haha. Put this back on. Yeah, definitely without the suit, the sweater, this is a lot cooler. Definitely something to consider. Good, it's dry. Yeah, that's gonna work. Put my hair up a little bit. Keep it out of it. Still poking it a little bit, but not too bad. Cool. So all those backing places are in place. Backing pieces are in place. Got those syllables mixed up. Should be able to snap this all together. Yeah, there's actually a lot of buildup on these leg parts. Caught me off guard. Oh, and now we gotta do that again. Just now that I know what I'm doing, it should be a bit quicker. I think I might actually be a pretty big fan of these. I'd probably be willing to try another one of these kotobukiya kits. I really kind of like the build processes on them so far. Pretty straightforward. Very like systematic almost. As I mentioned earlier. Very deliberate build-up of parts. Okay. Oh, I gotta use this not being in my line of sight. Definitely keeps my posture better though. Having it there can't stop me from leaning forward. Yeah, looking forward to Expo. I think I mentioned a couple of the modifications. I'm planning to start streaming a bit of my like cosplay building. Most of the next this for Expo will just be kind of modifying this current cosplay to be a little more user friendly. And then I think for next con season is when I'm really going to focus on trying to make my own costume. Really want to start trying to work with EVA foam. I think something armored will probably be my first shot. But I don't know, I think I'll probably keep it simple. I'm kind of leaning towards doing a Tau Fire Warrior from Warhammer 40k. Because they do have a bunch of armor plates, but it's very like strategically placed. It's not like a full suit of armor. They have like one really big shoulder plate and some pretty big pauldrons. And the rest of their armor is kind of understated and smaller. The helmet would probably be the most complex part of that. Or if I wanted to put like LEDs and stuff in the gun, that would probably be pretty involved. But that's kind of what I want to do. I put a bit of planning and thought into how I do it, so I think that's probably what I'm going to end up going with in the long run. Come on, you. Let's go over here. Still debating if I end up, I don't know. I really don't want to try and dig into too much for Exo. I don't want to leave my options open. I was thinking about maybe trying to make my own version of this mask, but I think that might be a little much for the time frame for me. I definitely tried to do too much in too small a time frame for Animethon, and I kind of burnt myself hard on it. Didn't even get a lot of what I wanted to get done in time. So I think I might just focus on finishing those couple of things for Expo, and then kind of launch into my own project for next year. Just went down my sleeve. Go. Nice and solid. Add some armor plates. Down here on the edge. And same for the other leg. F. I think it's these little gray ones, right? Yeah. F5. Or right at the end. The detail part that sticks out. Yeah, and I usually don't stream this late unless I'm working on something that I'm close to finishing. I just started a bit later tonight because I wanted to do a little more prep. Yeah, I had to get this costume ready more than anything. That's the main reason I started an hour later than usual. So usually I'd be wrapped up by now. My usual streaming times are 7 p.m. Mountain Time to roughly around 11. As I said, occasionally if I'm pretty close to finishing something, I'll try and power through a bit later. But, yeah. During the week, I mostly do one or two of these modeling streams and a game stream, and then my Sunday stream sometimes streams on Saturday too, but Sunday's usually either something multiplayer or one of my gacha banners are getting close to being up. I usually do a pull stream there on Sundays. That's roughly about every 3 weeks or so. Other than that, play a little mix of stuff. Just played a lot of Armored Core for a little bit there. I kind of want to get into series of playing a bunch of roguelikes, so a lot of those are my favorite. I also wouldn't mind doing an XCOM run. I don't know what one, but I really fucking love XCOM, so it's definitely a game I want to play. Yeah, my model building's probably going to start being split up to one building stream and one painting stream a week is kind of what I'm thinking. So, as I said, I want to get this guy painted. I think he's my next painting project. And I already picked up a bit more white paint, because that was what I was holding me is this is all the white paint I had, and I wasn't sure if it would be enough for how much of it I actually need to paint. So I picked up a bit more. And I actually picked up like a pre-thin variant that I kind of wanted to try to see how it does on the models, if I still need to thin it a bit more, or if it's enough. Because if I can avoid having to do thinning myself, that'd be nice. Definitely don't use any of the like fancy modeling paints yet. Don't trust my techniques enough for it to really make a difference. And this stuff's apparently way easier to like clean and work with. Just this stuff being like very plain acrylic paint. Is it gonna be? It's like overlap? I guess so, because it looks like something else attaches below it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it's supposed to be, so. It's not second guess ourselves. Oh, let's like not second guess ourselves. I almost guess myself saying not to second guess myself. No, that's what the instruction manual says to do, so it's what we'll do. Wait, how is this attached? Oh, like this? It seems really awkward. Oh, okay. No, that fits right in there. Sweat. Never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, well, that lines up that piece on top pretty perfectly. Nice. On the front. Yeah, they definitely have a different way of doing armor plates than the Bandai kits do. You're really not in there very well. Come on. I feel like something's pushing you out. Keep pressure on it for a little bit. Really don't like that gap. What's causing that? Oh, okay. Maybe that just snapped in place there. Let's see if that fixed it. Well, it's still got a little more gap on the other side, but it's not as bad as it was. Yeah, it won't be noticeable. And more F pieces. These are H's. 7 and 4. I like how even I kind of love Armor Core for that. That even these like brick shithouse of a mech designs still have thrusters somewhere on them. Not the Gundam. I guess Gundams are the same way in that sense, but I always like how even the super heavy mechs seem to have the ability to go super fucking fast in Armor Core. Get this cleaned up. Slipped on my fingers, but went straight up, so worked out. Let's install the thruster first, and then we'll install the plate after. There we go. Thruster, thruster. There's boost. I'm assuming these are like the calves. So this is the foot. It's getting me to build now. The foot is putting it all together. And then it's on to head and chest construction. So we'll finish the legs tonight. Will be our goal. We'll keep going until we get these legs all together. And then next stream we'll do the waist, the chest, the head, and the shoulder weapons, and get her all put together. Yeah, we'll get these legs all together into, I won't say one piece, but it's going to be two pieces, one each for each leg. So I don't think we'll be building the little waist section yet, just yet. What I can see. That'll be later. Yeah. Let's quickly get these little joint pieces in there. F8, 9. This one. These are way deeper, or way longer than the manual makes them look. It's interesting. The perspective's really weird. Yeah, I don't know if you can see, like, look how small these pieces look. And then I'm pretty sure it is these pieces just at a weird angle. One for the other leg as well. J. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting a little tired here, so that's usually when I get quiet. If you have any questions, feel free to speak up. Just because I'm not talking doesn't mean I don't want to. But I'm also someone who doesn't hate silence all that much, which is probably bad for a streamer, but especially where I have decent background music like I do, I don't mind. Kind of zoning out while I build to an extent. I try not to do it too much, but especially in the stream, let myself some indulgence. Hit up some nubs. Go. Yeah, this is pretty obviously a foot. When I was first building the arms, I didn't really know what they were going to be turning into. Same with when I started with the legs, I wasn't really quite sure what piece I was working on. This is very clearly a foot. Nice. Now we need a bunch of pieces from these. 3 and 4. Need those again. Get the same second screw. Sweet. And V. Put in this other screw. Yeah, the joints being like this dark black is weirded me out a little bit. So it makes it a lot harder. So that was the issue. Like it feels weird. It kind of feels like the soft rubber the Bandai kits use for joints, but it almost feels like it's got like a hard plastic coating on it almost. Makes it cut a lot more clean, a lot less. You can cut really deep with the ones on the Bandai kits accidentally if you're not careful. Whereas this one feels like it would have a little more resistance to that. Maybe that's why it's like how it is. Most of it feels normal though. Seek and destroy. Okay. Oh, being awful resistance going on here. Maybe I need to get both halves together for it to really stay in place. Oh, I hate these like the black joint piece is super like slick. Slippery, that is. Like it's feels way less tacky than the like Bandai brand ones, and it kind of makes it hard to use. It's like soft and slightly deformable, but also slippery. It's not a great combination. There we go. Locked in. Ooh, that's a pretty stiff joint. Work it a bit, get it loose. That's actually probably why it's slick, is for use in joints. Now that I think of it, it's actually probably a pretty good explanation. Huh. Oh, cool. This is going to actually clear out some more sprues for me. I think these are the last ones from these D1s. Yup. D19. Sprue done. Sprue done. And D1's on the top. Down here. Oh, we actually... Oh, no, we're not quite finishing them off. But I can combine some workloads to be a little more efficient here. Okay. This thing's pulling on my neck a little bit, so I gotta actually take this off. Put it here in the background so you can still see it. And let's open up this so it's not pulling down. Oh, very nice. Took a little too big a chunk off on that one. Go. So up. And put her all together. So these keyholes slide into this top part like this. Bottom part covers it up. Snaps into all these holes. Same with the other one. I like these keyhole junction connectors. This kit makes use. I know keyhole isn't the exact right answer. The keyholes are mostly used for rotating joints, but they have similar kind of like joinery. It's like carpentry almost. It is pretty neat. And Toe time. Some satisfying clicks. It's a flimsy ass ankle. I don't trust this ankle even a little. Feet. Now let's bring it all together. What am I looking at here? Okay. Just admiring the nice full color. Looks like we're bringing it together. So we need, and actually looks like this might finish this off. 17 and 18. Got another empty sprue. Goodbye. Oh wow, there's actually a lot that goes into this little attack section. I need O, F, F, G, I, U, O? You're O. I haven't grabbed any from this one yet. 28, 29, and 30. This. Oh, right down here in its own little sprue section. That's nice. Very thoughtful. Looks like it's got missile pods on its knees. At least one of its knees. Or its thigh, actually? Even more bizarre, it's on its thigh. And only one. Interesting. As I said, I don't hate asymmetry in these designs. Panel goes on the front. So let's get it lined up. closer look at how it wants it in. Did I put that on right? I hope so. Let's pop it off, sure. I hate that mount this upside down because I did it wrong. This arms over this way. I think that's right, based on how that's displayed. Yeah, based on how it's displayed in the manual, that's right. Let's... this one. This attaches up here. So... this... Oh, you don't want to go in there, do you? Why is it popping out? If it goes in the other way, it would fit. Yeah, it won't fit the other way. So that is the right way. Oh, it's because its edge is like flipped? Oh yeah, that's what it was doing. There's like a piece here pushing it in. From my sloppy cutting earlier. Let's see if that sits better now. You know, front seems to not fully tight. There we go. Please fit a little smoother. Hell yeah. And why don't you want to stay in? This actually sucks. Like, it's actually pushing it out. Except when it, yeah, it's like spring loads it. And if I tap it, yeah, it comes right out. And that's definitely the right in orientation, because any other orientation and it wouldn't really fit. It just slides right out. Left it the other way. Well, let's try it. I don't think this will actually go in. Yeah, these won't go in at this angle. Oh, is this why? This little bit of excess on top I didn't slice off? Let's see. There. Maybe that's what's preventing it from staying in. No, okay, that piece isn't actually going in. I do not get it. What am I doing wrong? Let me try and really push it in. It pops right out. What in Sam hell? Why are you being so difficult? No. There we go. Seems to be staying now. As it comes off in my... It's really annoying. Let me take this plate off. Just try this other plate that's similar. This should be the same. Let's see if this piece is a problem. I don't think it is. If anything, I think it's the other piece. The missile rack piece. Oh, we'll see. It's really snugly. Yeah, fits nice in that piece. Well, that's the wrong leg. There we go. Well, now we know if it doesn't stick good to this piece, then it's actually the leg's fault. Fit fine on that other leg. Yeah, it's like pushing out. Why? What's different here? This surface is slightly more uneven, but barely. It can't be it. See if that'll hold now. I fully expect it to like spring load, sneap, and fling out at some point. Yeah, 18 is the solid one, right? Sure. Yep. Just normal. That's armor. No ports. Besides that, I think we just need a few small F detail pieces, and we will be done these legs. You know, 1 in 20, 1 in 20. Cool. Yeah, the build path for this model is weird. Doing arms and legs first without the like connecting pieces. Usually the Gundams start from, I think it's like head down. It seems to be how they usually go. Whereas this one seems to build everything but the core, and the core is very last. where these slide pieces, they're going on the side of this, right? Yeah. I don't think these are really all that different, are they? Nope, don't look it. Is there a difference between these? I think these are identical, right? Yep. Oh, one of them's got like a patch? That must be F1, because I don't see that patch on F20. So that's the one we want to make sure goes on the outside. Apparently. What? You really... Oh. Jamming it in the wrong slots. That explains it. There we go. And it wants this one to be this leg, right? Yeah. Attaches there. And then the foot goes up into this slot. We have ourselves a very armored leg. With like a really simple knee joints. And actually a fairly flexible foot too, actually. That foot's nice and posable. Well, let's do this other one. Clean. Yeah, that's a really interesting ankle design. That's unique. There we go. Got our legs. Show off everything we got. We got a pair of legs. And got a pair of gun arms. So tomorrow's stream we'll be getting the chest, the head, and the back weapons all together and finishing this guy off. But thank you for joining me. I'll be back tomorrow at my usual streaming time, 7 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. If you haven't already, please give me a follow on Twitch. I've got my YouTube above my head right here. And it is going to be where my VODs are going to be starting to go up. But I hope you had a great stream, and I'll hope you'll join me again next time. Yeah, I will talk to you guys later. Once I find the screen.